Qatar is the host and hosted the World Cup Formula One race and is currently hosting the AFC Asian Qatar and will host the fourth-time World Riders Championship. The tour is organised by the Qatar Equestrian Federation in association with our strategic partners, Qatar Olympic Committee and Al-Shabaab, part of the Qatar Foundation. The tour, which is arranged and supported by Doha and Al-African transcends the boundaries of a typical equestrian event. It is an emergence of riders and enthusiasts uniting on the path of appreciation for Qatar's flying art. This Doha tour is designed to stage the equestrian season in January and February. The Doha tour will give externally qualified from the region an opportunity to compete and watch and learn from the champions of the season. The Doha Tour 2024 on goals is 4 captivating tours. The first 2 weeks feature CSI 4-star, 2-star competitions at Al-Shabaab. A staggering prize pool has been allocated to skilled riders competing in this world-class equestrian arena. As the excitement continues this week, Tour 3 spanning from January 25th to March 7th between CSI 5-star alongside 2-star crossing the elite displaying all equestrian excellence. Finally, the Equestrian shot to the week of the Doha Tour takes center stage from February 15th to 17th, showcasing skills of best riders versus CSI 5-star and 10-star classes. Don't forget to get your tickets before the players. The Doha Tour is more than just a sporting event. On the sidelines, a VIP tent magnets offering an exclusive experience for discerning guests. Additionally, various activities aimed at fans, riders, enthusiasts, providing insight into Qatar's rich heritage and environment. To all fans and riders, we extend a warm welcome to the Doha Tour. This is an opportunity to witness the harmony of tradition and heritage as riders from across the globe compete for glory in the heart of Qatar. Doha Tour 2024. Prelude is history.
يتذكر والتواصل والتفاهم ليستكشف أفاقا جديدة وفرصا واعدة تزيد من بركة الحياة ولأن ندرك أهمية التنوع في جعل حياة الناس أكثر يسرا وأمانا. نحن في شركة عبد الموتورز للجهاز من اليوم للغد ونواظب على تطوير الفرصة ليكون التنقل الآن في متناول الجميع في جهود جديدة نحو مستقبل مشرق. أنا عبد الموتورز شريكك الدائم. Humanity discovered the importance of mobility, to connect, to explore, and to provide for others. Discovering new opportunities, exploring new paths, and improving life. We recognize the value of mobility in making people's lives easier, safer, and more connected. This is why we strive to be better each day, preparing ourselves today for tomorrow. Together we keep moving forward.
Hello, welcome and good evening to the Doha Tour for 2024. It's week 3 with us here at the Longines Arena at Al Shakab, and we are getting ready for our second day of 5-star action. 2 weeks of 4-star have set the scene for what goes on with us this week, and we return here for nearly a month of 5-star action in February, starting off with the conclusion of Qatar Equestrian Federation, supported by Qatar Olympic Committee's Doha Tour, with the prestigious Emir's Sword 5-star, followed the following week by the CSI Al Shakab, when it's 5-star jumping, 5-star dressage and top-class Paralympic dressage as well. And then the third and final week of February sees the Longines Global Champions Tour and Global Champions League seasons commence here in this incredible arena as well. Our opening 5-star class of the day is a metre 40 table A speed. As I say, the metre 40 classes have been a feature of the 4-star and now 5-star tours, and it's been interesting to see the horses that have gone well in it and that have progressed out of it for the rest of the shows to come, and an interesting use of this class by horses. Really interesting as well to see who might come to the fore here. Ibrahim Hani Bishrat being so successful so far in terms of our riders. Abdulaziz Alid, who's going to go towards the end. Henrik von Eckermann is moving steely down up into the 5-star level, having jumped the horse here last week in the 2 stars. Glamour Girl, I think, was his only 5-star horse last week, and that was a pretty successful debut with the win of the big Friday night jump-off class and then the Grand Prix on Saturday at the 4-star level. This is the second week in a row of Uliano Vezzani of Italy being our designer here as well, after Peter Schumacher opened up the tour 3 weeks ago here at our first of our 2 4-star weeks. So just a few moments away from the start of jumping in this competition, where a single round of jumping, faults and time, will be the deciding factor. There's a time allowed on the track of 78 seconds, but of course, really, for those who want to be competitive, it is not only about leaving them all standing, but it is about being faster than anyone else as well. So as you saw from the start list, we had the number 2 beside Ibrahim Hani Bishrat's name, because he did have that very late withdrawal of the first of what would have been 2 rides for Khalid Abdulaziz Alid. Potentially just means we're going to be a moment or two waiting for our first horse and rider, as Ibrahim Hani Bishrat and Henriette are somewhat being asked to move up in the order. And we'll get our first 5-star competition of day 2 underway here shortly at the Qatar Equestrian Federation's Doha Tour. So indeed, just helping us get it going is actually going to be the number 3 on our original list, Saïd Humad Juma for Qatar. Saïd with Ombre de Beaufour. Ombre de Beaufour was a 2-star winner last week for Saïd Juma. Actually, the pair were in action in the 3-star run alongside the Longines Global Champions Tour here last year as well, last spring. So Saeed Hamad Juma stepping the horse up to the 5-star level now. Of course, meter 40, we'd normally expect meter 40 5-star tours to start at meter 45. There's no world ranking points on this class, but meter 40. But still, that doesn't take away from the fact that it must be 5-star technicality. So it's a great opportunity here for Saeed Juma and some of the other riders from the region to really just try and step up and start to try and answer those questions of technicality at the 5-star level within their current comfort zone, maybe with their horses of jumping meter 40. That little skinny fence just came up quite quick for them on that S-bending line, the full almost length side to side of this 177 meter arena. That long rollback turn as well to the Qatari coloured fence, the Al Shakab fence, is interesting. It's a rollback turn that was quite influential yesterday to the same fence. It was actually going off the other rein, and today he set that up as a Swedish oxer, a drunken oxer. So Saeed Hamad Juma actually jumps pretty much everything. 4 faults, 54.19. Here's the score for them, just that single vertical down in the very middle of the course at number 6. So what's been interesting, having been lucky enough to come to this arena in this region for quite a few years, is how the audience has built up year on year, event by event, such that on the Thursday evening, the very first evening of the show back in week 1, we had plenty of people with us here at Al Shakab, and I know the 5-star competitions are going to draw plenty out across this weekend. We've got the big meter 50 jump-off class tonight to set the scene for tomorrow night's just over €300,000 5-star meter 60 Grand Prix. So AA world ranking points on that tomorrow night, and some of the world's very best, including the world number 1 and also Simon Delestre from inside the world's top 10, amongst many others of the world's best contesting the divisions here at Doha Tour. So Nasser Al-Ghazali. Nasser, who is a gold medalist for Qatar at the Asian Games in Korea back in 2014. Nasser with Kelom. Kelom actually jumped well for a top 5 finish in one of our 4-star classes on the meter 40 tour last week. It was in fact this Friday night class. So will Nasser Al-Ghazali be able to replicate or even better improve on his performance last week? The specifications stay on his side. We've had people who had a little bit of a change of fortune between the change of designers from Peter Schumacher to Uliano Vetsani, but Ghazali's success came in Uliano's first week with us. Yeah, does the competitive thing there, puts a huge angle on that Al Shakab fence. The horse just doesn't really stay in front of the leg and really take him onto that State of Qatar fence, so they have the back rail off it, unfortunately. So it's going to be 4 faults for our 2 Qatari riders who lead off the draw, and 57.74 was the time taken there for Nasser Al-Ghazali. So Saeed Hamad Juma's trailblazing round that little bit faster. Jennifer Hochstadter and Gloria de Jonc are next to go. Jennifer, who represented Liechtenstein at the Senior Europeans last year in Milan, has been riding this horse, Gloria de Jonc, the last 2 weeks in the two-star tour, and top fives and top tens are plenty for them across the 6 competitions they jumped. This week is a step up in both height. They're jumping mostly the metre 35 tour, and of course that technicality coming up to the 5-star level. Jennifer, though, has proven herself week in, week out here on the Doha Tour to be one of our sharpest riders when it comes to being competitive against the clock. Saw Jennifer top 5 last night in our metre 45 world ranking class with Tinker's Hero. They're all, I think, after their experience last night, being a little bit careful about that turn back to the Shakab fence. Jennifer is as brave as anyone down, though, to the state of Qatar, and she's still on the clear at the moment as she comes through this final double, little bit low and close over the B element, the Oxer, but she's clear. Jumps the Qatar Equestrian Federation, gives us our first clear round. Now, a beatable time, potentially, but it is the first one to do so with a clear, and everyone who's been faster than her has had at least one rail. Well, next up, Serene Sherif, the metre 40 class winner here yesterday with this one, Triple T Calamando Blue. Triple T Calamando Blue and Serene jumping the metre 40 tour last week as well here. Serene, who we saw a lot on the 2 stars of the Longines Global Champions Tour last year at the likes of Monaco, Valkenswaard, London, amongst others. He's turning around the back of the Dow Oxer that we'll see in a later class. And again, he's set up the angles on that drunken Oxer to encourage them to cut down towards the state of Qatar fence. This is slower yet than our Qatari riders with faults, but it is the fastest clear round. Serene Sherif and Triple T Calamando Blue, 57.26. Be interesting to see whether yesterday's winner can hold on for glory once again here this evening in the Longines Arena at Al Shakab. But they are the ones to beat. It's a good week's jumping so far. Winner last night, clear already here in day 2 of the metre 40 tour, and now pleasing, of course, as we keep saying, whilst it's metre 40 in height, it is 5-star in technicality, so Serene will be very, very pleased there with a young horse just turned 8 years old at the turn of the new year, Triple T Calamando Blue. Ibrahim Hani Bishrat next to go with Henriette. Henriette jumped the metre 40 tour, including a class win, actually winning this class in week 1 of Doha Tour, and they had a top 5 then at the world ranking metre 45 level last week. Ibrahim was our two-star Grand Prix winner last week. And as you recall, very, very competitive yesterday as well, in a class that just got better and better at the top end of our tour. So Ibrahim Hani Bishrat and Henriette nicely through the double. 57 to beat. It's going to be pretty close as they jump the last. 57.26. It is exactly the same time. They are in equal first place, Sirine Sharif and Ibrahim Hani Bishrat, to the 100th of a second. So sharing first place at the moment, the Jordanian and French riders. Just entering the ring now is Mike Kawai. Mike with Rolensky MVNZ. Mike, who was on the podium of the 5-star CHI Grand Prix here at Al Shakab last February. Big part of the Global Champions League over the past couple of seasons, including being the best under-25 rider throughout the 2022 season, picking up his award at the playoffs in Prague that season. It's quite a ginger start there for him over in front of the VIP, but actually as he made the turn to number 2 in this line across the ring, he just moved up the pace a little bit. But fairly wide, conservative turn there to set him up for this serpentine line. We'll see what he does at the end of this line in terms of the route he takes on the left-hand rollback turn. It's not asking anything too dramatic to go inside the Doha bank, and he does do that. He gets super square and careful to the drunken oxer, and he rides a true curving line down here. So just looking for the clear. The time allowed should be no problem, 78 seconds. So Mike Kawai will go onto the leaderboard into 4th as our 4th clear round there with a steady time of 66.40. Another fairly young horse, just 9 years old there, Rolensky MVNZ, and the grey at the beginning of his 9-year-old year, very much so. Kenneth Cheng is our next to go. Kenneth with Confidence SN. Kenneth, an Olympian in Hong Kong in part of the 2008 Games and a medalist at Asian Games level as well. Kenneth has actually changed nationality as well, having formerly ridden for Hong Kong. He now rides for China. Confidence SN jumping at the 2-star level with us over the last couple of weeks, including a 2nd place finish in the meter 35 finale last week. Confidence, another Fairly young horse, just turned 10 at the very beginning of the year and pops away over the last. 0.4 of a second is all there is in it. Kenneth Chen goes into third, very, very close behind our equal pair, Serene Sharif and Ibrahim Hani Bisharat. Raji Bisharat there just keeping an eye on affairs from the kiss and cry. Hamad Touaim, Ali Al-Mari and Famous next to go. Famous is by Numero Uno. And Numero Uno and Hamad Touaim, they were top 10 finishers last week on the meter 30 tour here in the 2-star. So having jumped the meter 30 tour, in fact, both of our initial weeks of Doha tour here in January, Hamad Touaim, Ali Al-Mari stepping up to this meter 40 level. Unfortunately, with the rail gone quite early on at number 2. There's a little bit of time pressure on the day just in order to offer all the divisions that the organisers wanted to schedule, which is no problem at all. But from the designer's point of view, Uliana Vetsani, he has to make conscious decisions about what materials he uses in each tour each day. With a little bit longer, he would try and maybe move things around and use them more frequently. But for instance, the Al Shakab and State of Qatar fence that we have here tonight, they might not feature in classes to come today. Obviously, you can see that the triple combination is already in for later classes out of blue and white. The Doha Tour, which is the fence that got me thinking about this with its brightly coloured filler underneath, is not in this current course. It's in the arena. It will be used at some stage today in the 5-star. And actually, that's quite interesting because without the fences appearing in all 3 levels of the 5-star tour today, it becomes that little bit rarer for the horse to see it, and something that has had a real impact on competitions like that Doha Tour filler with its bright pictograms along the bottom suddenly becomes even potentially more influential. Edwina Thompson-Alexander. Edwina's been having a good tour with us, including that podium finish in the Week 1 Grand Prix. She has La Bantrix for the meter 40 tour 5-star with us this week. The Bantrix again stepping up from the 2-star level of our Doha Tour over the preceding weeks for the Australian Olympian and the first ever winner of the Longines Global Champions Tour Super Grand Prix. So Edwina knows about victory in this arena as well. Winner of the Longines Global Champions Tour Grand Prix of Doha in 2012. And then taking in 2015 the CHI Grand Prix here as well at Al Shakab. So unlucky because they just ended up a touch close in after their bending line down there to the State of Qatar jump. So that is going to be the 1 down, and the time will put them down the order a little bit, 62.20, and the 4 faults for Edwina Thompson-Alexander and La Bantrix. Edwina's La Bantrix, an 8-year-old horse jumping meter 40 with us here. Ghanem Nasser Al-Qadi and Kurt Lele on course now in our meter 40 Table A speed. Ghanem on the podium in our 2 stars. It is interesting how sometimes, these natural coloured jumps actually sometimes come through as the most influential. So Ghanem Nasser Al-Qadi's horse Kut Leila just throwing in the stop there, coming down to that skinny fence. There's a lot to look at around there, and of course you are coming back towards this main building side of the ring as well, with the big glass pod that contains the Emir's floor and the jury box and studios. Time going to come into play here now as well. And the last go, so it's 12 jumping faults plus time faults for Ghanem Nasser Al-Qadi and Kut Leila. So 12 plus 3 is the final score for Ghanem Nasser Al-Qadi and Kut Leila. Henrik von Eckermann then, the world #1, had a very, very successful 5-star week with us here in week 2. That was all with Glamour Girl winning the 4-star Grand Prix Prelude, meter 50 jump-off class on Friday with Glamour Girl, and then going on to win the Grand Prix itself with Glamour Girl the next night. Steely Dan, top 5 with us last night in the opening stage of the meter 40 5-star tour. So Steely Dan did jump the meter 35 2 stars last week. So very, very much in touch time-wise. 57.26, remember, joint leading time, Serene Sharif and Ibrahim Hani Bishrat. Is Henrik going to be able to make the difference? You see him just picking up a spot there. Fortunately, it didn't come up right for him. Has the front rail off the State of Qatar fence. So Serene Sharif and Ibrahim Hani Bishrat remain joint leaders. And 58.32, 1.06 seconds slower overall for Steely Dan there and Henrik von Eckermann. There's 2 early Qatari riders with their 4-faulters, both considerably faster than that. And Saeed Hamad Juma considerably faster than our current leading and winning times for Serene Sharif and Ibrahim Hani Bishrat. There's just one more horse and rider pair to go to see what will be the final result of this opening meter 40 5-star class on day 2 of the final week of January's Doha Tour. Saudi rider ranked just outside the world's top 50, Khalid Abdulaziz Alid. Miss Cooper is his ride here. They actually jumped the meter 40 last week, ended up top 10 in the meter 40 finale, the immediate jump-off class that brings this meter 40 tour to its conclusion on Saturday of Doha Tour. And he's a good bit up, 2/3 of a second up. So Serene Sharif and Ibrahim Hani Bishrat know they are going to be on the podium, but will they be sharing the top step, or will they be together one step lower than Saudi rider Khalid Abdulaziz Alid, looking for his first big tour win of the Doha Tour sprints across to the last, 57.26 to beat. He's got it, everything stays standing. He's 2.83 of a second up in the final analysis. Miss Cooper and Khalid Abdulaziz Alid take victory as last to go in the meter 40 table A speed, getting Friday underway in terms of 5-star action here at Doha Tour. Well, a good start to the night's sport with our next competition, the meter 45 table A speed Longines World Ranking class, coming up at 7:30. So that's just a little bit over 30 minutes time, and then 25 minutes to 9 for tonight's jump-off class, meter 50 Longines World Ranking jump-off format class. And remember all those timings: Qatar local time, and that is 2 hours in front of Central Europe, 3 hours in front of the UK and Ireland, and 8 hours in front of the east coast of the United States of America. But let's remind ourselves of those results. It's a win overall for Khalid Abdulaziz Alid and an equal second place for Serene Sharif and Ibrahim Hani Bishrad. Kenneth Cheng of China in confidence, placed 4th. Jennifer Hochstadter with another good result this week. It's another top 5 for Jennifer. Mike Kawai is 6th with our steadiest of the clears. Then the 2 fast Qatari 4-faulters. Then Henrik von Erkemen, Edwina Tops-Alexander in 10th rounds out our 4-faulters. And Hamid Touaim, Ali Al-Mari and Ghanem Nasser Al-Qadi, who have gone head-to-head so often in national championships here in Qatar. They round out our leaderboard in our opening 5-star class of Friday in Doha Tour Week 3.
Good evening and welcome to the prize giving ceremony for the first of the 5-star classes on day 2, week 3 of the Doha Tour 2024 here in the launching outdoor arena. It's the CSI 5-star 1m40 table A, 1 round against the clock.
حضورنا الكريم هنا مراسم تتويج أصحاب المركزين الأول والثاني في هذا الشوط تصنيف ال5 نجوم ارتفاع 1.40 سنتيمتر.
We welcome in our prize winners in joint second, Serene Sharif for France and Jordanian Olympian Ibrahim Hini Bisharat. And a big win today for the rider from Saudi Arabia, Khalid Abdulaziz Alid, Miss Cooper, topping the leaderboard, clear 56.43.
نستقبل على أرضية الميدان أصحاب المركزين الثاني والأول. لدينا تعادل في المركز الثاني سيرين شريف من فرنسا وإبراهيم هاني بشارات من المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية، والصدارة للمملكة العربية السعودية وخالد عبد العزيز العيد.
We are honored to welcome Dr. Imam Ali Abdullah Al-Ansari, the Director of Government and Public Affairs at Al Abdghani Motors, to make the presentation.
تقوم بتتويج الفائزين الدكتورة إيمان علي العبد الله الأنصاري مدير الشؤون الحكومية والعامة بشركة عبد الغني موتورز. في المركز الثاني الفرنسية سيرين شريف مع الجواد تريبل تي كالاماندو بلو، وإبراهيم هاني بشارات المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية مع الجواد أنريت.
Well, they both broke the beam in exactly the same time, 57.26, so it's joint second for France's Serene Sharif and Jordan's Ibrahim Hani Bisharat.
إبراهيم هاني بشارات للمملكة الأردنية الهاشمية في المركز الثاني بعد أن تعادل مع سيرين شريف بنفس التوقيت 57 ثانية 26 جزءاً منها. الصدارة للمملكة العربية السعودية عبر فارسها خالد عبد العزيز العيد والجواد ميس كوبر.
A member of the gold medal winning team at the Asian Games in Indonesia in 2018, Khalid Abdulaziz for Saudi Arabia, Miss Cooper take the win. They were clear 56.43.
الآن صورة جماعية للذكرى من فضلكم.
Wonderful memories, super images, great photographs been taken as always here in the arena. So we would ask all 3 prize winners to face the large screen. And once again, I would ask you, if you are able, to please stand for the national anthem of our winning nation, Saudi Arabia.
حضورنا الكريم فلنقف من فضلكم تحية للسلام الوطني للدولة الحاصلة على الامتياز والصدارة المملكة العربية السعودية.
Congratulations to Khalid Abdulaziz Ali, Ibrahim Hani Bisharat, Serene Sharif, as we ask them to remount their horses. The Doha Tour 2024, organised by the Qatar Equestrian Federation, our strategic partners, the Qatar Olympic Committee and Al Shakab, a member of the Qatar Foundation, and very generously sponsored by Doha Bank and Al Abdghani Motors.
ألف مبروك لأصحاب المراكز الأول والثاني خالد عبد العزيز العيد، إبراهيم هاني بالشرط والسيرين شريف. كما نشكر الدكتورة إيمان علي عبد الله الأنصاري مدير الشؤون الحكومية والعامة بشركة عبد الغني موتورز. الآن يعودون الفرسان إلى جيادهم لجولة النصر بقيادة صاحب الامتياز والمركز الأول خالد عبد العزيز العيد مع الجواد ميس كوبر.
So it's lap of honour time as we ask our winner today, Khaled Abdulaziz Eid and Miss Cooper for Saudi Arabia, to lead us off on the lap of honour. Congratulations to the Asian team gold medalist, and joining him in the lap of honour is Olympian Jordan's Ibrahim Hani Bishrat Henriette and the wonderful Serene Sharif from France with Triple T Calmando Blue.
إذا أمامنا صاحب الصدارة خالد عبد العزيز العيد المملكة العربية السعودية، والجواد ميس كوبر المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية إبراهيم هاني بالشرط، والجواد هنريت والسيرين شريف ودولة فرنسا مع الجواد تريبل تي كالاماندو بلو.
So welcome to night classes here on the 5-star Doha Tour as we get set for our second Friday competition. It's our first world ranking class of the day, meter 45 table A speed. Quite a small starting field, it's about 10 in the order for this one, with a lot of the riders looking towards tonight's meter 50 jump-off class for their 5-star. Gardiano is going to lead us away with Crack Baloo. We've got Naja Peter Steiner, who was a winner earlier on at the conclusion of the 2-star tour. Gerfried Puck, our week 1 Grand Prix winner. Hani Kamal Raji Bishrat, who went so well yesterday. Roberto Prevetari and Hashiko. Jennifer Hochstadter, who we've seen top 5 time and time again. Ibrahim Hani Bishrat and Harvard. Antoine Herman with Odin van Henniger, hoping to follow in the footsteps of his week 2 winning horse, Extraterrestre Jacques, for the young Frenchman. And then Asian Games gold medalist Abdullah Al-Shabatli goes at the end of the draw with the Old Lodge horse Dancing Wolf OL. So this competition is just a single round of jumping over a 5-star track set by the Italian maestro Uliano Vezzani. And really looking forward to seeing his first jump-off track of the week for the 5-star horses here coming up later on this evening after this competition. And of course then we have our first Qatari 5-star Grand Prix of the year tomorrow night. Just the first of several, because all 3 weeks of competition that will be held here at the Longines Arena at Al Shakab will be 5-star in February, starting out with the concluding week of the Doha Tour. After a 2-week pause after this January series, then we have Doha Tour concluding with the prestigious Emir's Sword meeting. Then it is the CHI here at Al Shakab, the CHI in the Longines Arenas. Indoor and outdoor brings together 5-star jumping, 5-star dressage and Paralympic level para dressage. And then it is the Longines Global Champions Tour Global Champions League week, kicking off the series-long 2024 gallop around the world of that incredible series. The real vibrant atmosphere around this Longines Arena, as we said. The development of an audience here for high-class equestrian sports has been core, and it is why Al Shakab, as well as teaching about horse care, equestrianism, is here in Education City. It is also about being that partnership through sport of developing an audience and a love of this type of horse sport here in the country and the region. And Al Shakab have done an incredible job in that. Qatar Equestrian Federation, who promote and organise the Doha Tour as well, with their own magnificent facility just down the road. But the strategic decision has been taken now that major equestrian events here in Doha will come to this state-of-the-art facility, and thus Doha Tour moves here, including the Emir's Sword competition in February. So if you are just joining us, you haven't missed any of the action. We're just awaiting our first competitor to come forward. We understand that Emanuela Gaudiano and Crack Blue, they may have just had a parting of the ways. They were our first that we were due to have parting of the ways in the warm-up, and therefore Nadja Peter-Steiner, who is next on the list, and Japalou might not have been ready quite on the moment. So we will take our first competitor once we have them. We'll let everyone settle down and have the best opportunity for their sporting endeavours. Well, we'll get you an update, but we understand that Emanuela Gaudiano is actually going to withdraw Crack Baloo from the competition. And we had a couple of early withdrawals as well, with both of Abdul Rahman Al Rajis and the first of Abdul Al Shabatlis being withdrawn. So that has left us coming up very quickly on Nadja Peter-Steiner and Japalou, who suddenly become the top of the order in front of Week 1 Grand Prix winner Gurpreet Pook. Hani Kamal Raji Bisharat and Ibrahim Hani Bisharat both fly the flags for Jordan in this competition. We have Roberto Prevetali for Italy, Jennifer Hochstadt of Liechtenstein, Antoine Herman of France, and last to go on our drawn order, Abdul Al Shabatli with Dancing Wolf OL. As I say, we'll get to our Table A speed for the Longines World Ranking Meter 45 on the way here very shortly. Our second five-star competition of the day gets underway. Nadja Peter-Steiner comes into the Longines Arena here at Al Shakab for Qatar Equestrian Federation's Week 3 of Doha Tour. So a two-star winner with us earlier on today, and stepping this horse, Harry KM, up after a very good run in the metre 40 last week, including a class win and a top 5. Nadja Peter Steiner, sorry, it's not Harry, it's Japelou, my apologies. Japelou jumped some of the metre 45 with us last week as well. So sticking with this level, championship medalist for Switzerland, Nadja Peter Steiner, Japelou, as I say, will be the first we see over this world ranking track set by Uliana Vezzani. And he starts with what will be quite a looky jump. That bright white fence, it's got that slight marble effect to the paintwork. Beautifully decorated fences here, but that bright whiteness under these lights will really stand stark down there in the corner of the ring. He uses that line from the earlier class there from the state of Qatar, now a vertical to the doors with their stained glass fan lights. And from Al Bagani Motors then, he uses what will be fence 12 on this track as a little bit of a handrail to push them out and onto a particular line for the Doha bank, a metre 45 vertical. Got the water tray onto that pretty rustic fence going back towards the in-gate. And using this very similar line to what was in the earlier class, but as his final line here, sweeping down the ring with a right and then a left-hand bending line. Nadja Peter Steiner will give us our first clear round. And 68.60 on the clock. We'll have to see where that is going to end up stacking in the eventual ranking of this competition, but for the moment they are the ones to beat. Nadja Peter Steiner and Japelou, clear round number 1 in 68.60. So Equestrian or Nat is Gerfried Puch's ride here, and Gerfried, interestingly, he was on the podium, sorry, just off the podium, 4th in last night's metre 50 class with Ornat. Ornat stayed steadily in the metre 45 tour during week 1, and culminating in a podium finish in what is the metre 45's tour finale, but is actually a metre 50 class scheduled for tomorrow. So 3 top 5s in week 1 for Ornat over Peter Schumacher's tracks. Top 5 actually in this very class, the Friday metre 45, 7 days ago. And a useful metre 50 top 5 last night. Just had to keep the energy going, having stepped in a little bit steady to the distance inside that double. Ornat and Gerfried Puch, not too surprising to see a very, very prompt rider like Puch be so far up on Nadja Peter Steiner's time. See if he can carry on or indeed even increase that split time before he gets home. He was the guts of 6 seconds up at the split as he comes down this final line. Now that little skinny fence nestled in the middle of the triple combination we'll have in the first round of the jump off later on. It has been influential before on that line for the metre 40 horses. Gerfried Puch and Equestrian Ornat answer all the questions. They answer them clear, and they are nearly 10 full seconds up on Nadja Peter Steiner. 58.73 now becomes the time to beat, and Gerfried Puch having an incredible run with all of his horses, 2-star and 4 5-star here during the course of Doha Tour week 1, 2, 3. Asian Games and World Championship rider for Jordan, Hani Kamal Raji Bisharat Chatinu. Chateauneuf was the horse that Hani Kamal Raji Bisharat rode in the Meter 40 Tour during week 1. Actually had a runner-up spot in the finale of the Meter 40 Tour during Doha Tour 1. Last week's best result also came for Chateauneuf in the Meter 40 Tour. That was on the Thursday two-phase competition. They've had a good step up to this Meter 45 level as well. You remember the two Jordanians going very positively in last night's Meter 45. Chateauneuf ending up 6th in the final result of that competition. So setting up for the final line, 58.73 to beat. It would take a little bit of doing from here, but he could go into a snug second place behind Gerfried Puck and Equestrian or Nat, and would be happy to have this horse jumping well at Meter 45 for the second night in a row. 2.13 seconds down, but the Jordanian championship rider Hani Kamal Raji Bisharat goes into second place there. We've had clears all the way. It's the timing equipment doing the job of setting the ranking here in our launching world ranking Meter 45. Well, having been on the podium in this class yesterday with his other horse, he was also top 10 with this one in the Meter 45 ranking class yesterday. This is Hashiko for Italian rider Roberto Previtali. Hashiko has stepped up through the tour as well, jumping 2-star during week 1, jumped 4-star last week. With a Meter 45 top 6, actually, 6th place in this very class 7 days ago for Hashiko and Roberto Previtali. And this is, I would say, one of the leading challengers to Gerfried Puck, but actually looking down the order, we've got Jennifer Hochstadter to come, Ibrahim Hani Bisharat, Antoine Herman and Abdullah Al-Shabatli, all still to come in the draw. So I don't think there's in any sense a nailed-on winner of this class. Gerfried Puck will have to watch right until the final rider to see whether he's going to be the winner of this. Previtali won't be the winner. The first rail of the competition is out of that ever-influential pale yellow, sort of primrose yellow, grey and white fences with the sort of floral spray design to the wings. Previtali's horse just doesn't get the height out over the little stile fence as well with the skinny rails, so it is actually 8 faults for Hashiko and Roberto Previtali, with our 3 clear rounds holding the podium spots at the moment. Gerfried Puck, Hani Kamal Raji Bisharat and Nadja Peter Steiner. So tough go there for Previtali. First to finish with faults. That's behind him. Starting her odyssey around this Meter 45 track is going to be the just 20-year-old Senior Europeans veteran for Liechtenstein, Jennifer Hochstadter. Jennifer with Tinker's Hero Z. Tinker's Hero Z, the most successful of her 3 horses, but they've all been pretty good. podiums. 3 podiums and another top 5 across the 2 earlier weeks jumping, with Tinker's Hero Z. Actually ended up top 5 in the meter 50 finale on Saturday last week. And Tinker's Hero Z top 5 in last night's meter 45 world ranking class. But they cannot finish on the podium now. That rail immediately puts that possibility to the light. .3 seconds, again, just showing how Jennifer is always very, very competitive in terms of the time. And Golden Lady just outside, her Milan Europeans horse, by the way, we're just outside the top 5 in week 1's Grand Prix here as well. Just over 60 seconds it will be, 60.13 with the 4 faults then for Jennifer Hochstadter and Tinker's Hero Z for Liechtenstein. So Hani Kamal Raji Bisharat in second with Chateauneuf. We welcome forward Ibrahim, Hani Bisharat and Harvard as we continue through this meter 45 world ranking class today. Already saw him take equal second in our earlier class with Henriette. This is Harvard, a runner-up finisher in the meter 40 during week 1. Harvard third in yesterday's meter 45 two-phase. So the Al Abdul Ghani Motors vertical down. Just quite interesting talking to riders about what it looks like visually down there when you're coming to the Al Abdul Ghani, trying to find your line around to the Doha bank, because you do have the big red, black and white fence, number 12, somewhat in your way. It certainly shapes and confines the sort of line and turn you can make. Jennifer Hochstadter, the fastest 4-faulter in 60.13. Is this going to be faster? No. A touch slower. Ibrahim, Hani Bisharat and Harvard go into 5th position at the moment. Still just 3 clears for the 3 steps of the podium. Still Gerfried Puck and Equestrian Ornat leading in 58.73 with us here on the Doha Tour. So another of these young talents that have really come to the fore across the Doha Tour, 2-star and 4-5-star. Antoine Herman, 22 years old from France. Has had 2 wins on the big tour and 1 with this horse, Odin van Hanegger. That was back in week 1, winning actually the very first 4-star class of the whole Doha Tour. Again, whatever class it has been, Antoine has shown himself to be a rider who just always seems to sit on the front foot pace-wise. And of course, you look at the success of Julien Epiard. Julien, a former winner in this ring of the Longines Global Champions Tour Grand Prix, thought for a long time, that sort of result for Epiard was a little bit of an aberration for a man who's essentially a speed rider. Well, the last 12 months or so more tell us about how wrong we had been, as he won major Grand Prix after major Grand Prix and was relentlessly breathing down the neck of Henrik von Eckermann as world number 2. So never discount a fast Frenchman. Antoine Herman and Odin van Henegouwen, 58.64. It is so incredibly close. There are real, just tiny, tiny margins happening again and again in these classes. Antoine Herman and Odin van Henegouwen, already winners during the Doha Tour, could be winners again now as they go into the lead in 58.64 with just one horse and rider pair to come. And as I say, that horse and rider pair cannot be discounted because it is the ever fast, ever competitive Abdullah Al Shabatli, with a great draw as well for this format of class, going last. Antoine Herman, Gerfried Pook. It is going to be another podium finish for both of them, guaranteed. The question is which step. Hani Kamal Raji Bisharat has to wait and see whether it will be third on the podium with Chatignou. It'll be a second Doha Tour podium for Hani Kamal and Chatignou. Just one pair to go. Abdullah Shabatli with the late Sultan Saud's Old Lodge horse Dancing Wolf OL. One horse and rider pair away from being able to set our track for the finale today, the meter 50 jump-off class, first 5-star jump-off class of the weekend as well. And so often what happens on Friday tends to be repeated on Saturday. The way this Doha Tour schedule has broken down, with Gerfried Pook going so well in week 1 and ending up as our Grand Prix winner, and the winner of Friday night's big meter 50 world ranking class, Henrik von Eckermann and Glamour Girl, going on to take victory once again the following night in the 4-star Doha Tour Week 2 Grand Prix. So how will it all play out here tonight, and thus how will it all play out in tomorrow night's first 5-star Grand Prix of the Doha Tour? Just over 300,000 euros in the prize fund, meter 60 specification, and the Italian maestro Uliano Vezzani designing his track on this incredible canvas that is the Longines Arena at Al Shakab. So then last to go in our world ranking meter 45 class with Dancing Wolf OL is the World Olympic and Asian Games medalist Abdullah Al-Shabatli, a career Longines Global Champions Tour Grand Prix winner as well. Dancing Wolf, fifth in last night's meter 45 with a clear across the two phases of competition. Abdullah, who joined us for week 2 of the tour, having jumped the World Cup Series at Al Shara in the Emirates. This horse produced up the grades by Ireland's Trevor Breen and teaming up with Abdullah on the international stage ever since the Stockholm leg of Globals this year. Indeed, international winners together at the Monaco leg of the Longines Global Champions Tour. Quarter of a second up. Just has to take a real balancing step there. Still just comes out a tiny bit hollow-backed out over that final vertical just to try and create the time and space to not touch it and have it. 58.64 is Antoine Herman, about to be overtaken by last to go. It's a great draw for as competitive a rider as this, and it is 2/100ths of a second out in front. Abdullah Al-Shabatli and Dancing Wolf, they will take the victory over Antoine Herman, with Gerfried Puck and Equestrian Ornat going to take the third and final step of the podium. Full results coming up here in just a moment. That concludes our second 5-star class of the day, and our team here are going to turn around for a start in just over half an hour's time. 25 minutes to 9 will be the start time of today's meter 50 jump-off class, Longines World Ranking class, and the first 5-star jump-off class of the week. It may or may not tell us an awful lot about how tomorrow's Grand Prix worth AA world ranking points on the Longines rankings and €300,000, the lion's share going to the winner here tomorrow for the 5-star finale of Doha Tour. But it's Abdullah Al-Shabatli who takes victory here in the meter 45 world ranking class for Saudi Arabia, with Dancing Wolf OL, Antoine Aman and Odin in second. Previous winner on the tour, Equestrian Ornat and Gerfried Puck are third for Austria. Off the podium then, Hani Kamal Raji Bisharat, Nadja Peter Steiner was clear. Fast 4 for Jennifer Hochstadter, fast 4 for Ibrahim Hani Bisharat too. 8 fourths for Roberto Prevetali with Hashiko. So ceremonies coming up for the meter 45 world ranking table A speed, and then our meter 50 jump off class coming up to bring Day 2, Friday, of Doha Tour Week 3 to its conclusion.
Good evening and welcome to the prize-giving ceremony for the launching ranking 1 meter 45 CSI 5-star Table A class on day 2 of week 3 of the Doha Tour 2024.
حضورنا الكريم هنا مراسم تتويج أصحاب المراكز الثلاثة الأولى الشوط الثاني عشر لجولة الدوحة للفروسية 2024 تحت مظلة الاتحاد القطري للفروسية بدعم اللجنة الأولمبية القطرية، الرعاية الرسمية من بنك الدوحة وعبد الغني موتورز كشريك النقل الرسمي.
We welcome into the Longines Outdoor Arena our three prize winners. Austria's Gerfried Puck in third, France's Antoine Herman in second, but it's a big win today for Saudi Arabia's Abdullah Al-Shabatli and Dancing Wolf. They were clear in 58.62.
نستقبل على أرضية الميدان أصحاب المراكز الثلاثة الأولى. أستريا جيرفريد بوك في المركز الثالث، أنطوا إغمان وفرنسا في المركز الثاني، والصدارة للمملكة العربية السعودية عبر فارسها عبد الله الشربتلي.
We are honored to welcome Mohammed Abdullah Al Suwaiden, the Chief Executive Officer of Milano, to make the presentation.
يقوم بتتويج الفرسان السيد محمد عبد الله السويدان الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة ملاحة. المركز الثالث لأستريا وجيرفريد بوك مع الجواد Equestrian Ornat V.
European team bronze medalist Gerfried Puck for Austria, Equestrian Ornat V taking third place in our launching rankings 5-star class.
المركز الثاني لفرنسا وأنطوان إغمان والجواد أودان فان تي أنيغور.
It's another podium for the former French junior champion Antoine Herman with Odin van Hangour. They were just marginally adrift of Abdullah Shabatli, 58.64, just 200ths of a second separated the top two.
الصدارة والامتياز للمملكة العربية السعودية عبر فارسها عبد الله الشربتلي والجواد دانسين وولف OL.
Team bronze medalists at the London Olympics, individual gold and team gold at the Asian Games. Abdullah Al-Shabatli is our winner for Saudi Arabia, Dancing Wolf OL, clear in 58.62.
صورة جماعية تذكارية هنا بميدان لونجين بالشغب من فضلكم.
As always, great photographs, wonderful images, fantastic memories in the Longines Outdoor Arena of the Doha Tour 2024. So we ask our three riders to turn and face the screen. And once again, I would ask you, if you are able, to please stand for the national anthem of our winning nation, Saudi Arabia.
حضورنا الكريم فلنقف من فضلكم تحية للسلام الوطني للدولة الحاصلة على المركز الأول الصدارة والامتياز المملكة العربية السعودية.
Congratulations, Gerfried Puck, Antoine Herman, Abdullah Al-Shabatli, as we ask them to leave the podium. The Doha Tour 2024, organised by the Qatar Equestrian Federation, supported by our partners, the Qatar Olympic Committee and Al Shakab, part of the Qatar Foundation, and very generously sponsored by Doha Bank and Al Abdul Ghani Motors.
ألف مبروك للفرسان الثلاثة، والشكر للسيد محمد عبد الله السويدان الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة ملاحة. يعودون الآن إلى جيادهم. عبد الله الشربتلي صاحب الصدارة مع دانسين وولف أويل، أنطوان إغمان مع أودان فانتيانيغور وغورفريد بوك وإكويترون أرنت في لجولة النصر هنا بقيادة صاحب الامتياز السعودي عبد الله الشربتلي.
So Abdullah Al-Shabatli on foot, but we ask Antoine Ehrmann to lead us off on the lap of honour, accompanied by Gertfried Puck from Austria. A fantastic performance from these riders in the launching rankings, 5-star class, all part of the Doha Tour 2024.
على أرضية الميدان وفي هذه الجولة أنطوان إغمان من فرنسا مع جواده أودان فانتيانيغور وغورفريد بوك من أستراليا والجواد إكويترون أرنت في.
Antoine Ehrmann and Gertfried Puck, congratulations to them on a great performance today. Delighted to be joined by the man who won a team bronze medal at the London Olympics, individual gold and team gold at the Asian Games, Abdullah Al-Shabatli. He was the winner today with Dancing Wolf. This was pure horsemanship. Horses are not easy sometimes. They require a lot of patience, and you were very patient today, but you got the result because you got that horse into the arena and around, and that's what pure horsemanship is all about.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for your nice words and for congratulating me. And first of all, I would like to welcome everyone who's attending to this show, because the show without the people who's attending here won't be successful. And we are very happy and very thankful to the supporters and all the people who's behind this successful tour. Actually, it's an honor to have such an amazing tour in Qatar, Doha. It's an honor for all the Arabic countries, because the facilities here are the best by far. I don't think that there is any place in the world that has better facilities than here. It's the best equestrian in the whole planet, with no doubt. There is no even comparison with any other place.
And you're one of the more experienced riders. You're globally known because of your achievements. But you have young riders here from Saudi Arabia. We've seen other young riders from the region. And this is a great opportunity to bring on the talent of the future, because you need to bring on the talent. And this region now has the opportunity to do that through facilities like this.
Actually, you're right. And I'm really happy to see so many upcoming riders, and these facilities and this shows gives a lot of experience for the young generations and the local riders who is based here in Qatar and in all the Middle East and the Arab region. Those shows improves the experience and the skills, and the best practice for any rider is to compete with top riders in top facilities and top course organizations, and actually here it's the best by far. And I'm really proud to have such an amazing events in our regions. In Saudi Arabia, we also do amazing tours. So Saudi Arabia and Qatar are actually in the lead by far in the Arab regions and in the Middle East.
Well, many congratulations to your launching ranking 5-star win today. We wish you the very best of luck for the rest of the tour.
Thank you very much. And I would like also to give this victory as a gift for Prince Sultan bin Turki, Prince Mohammed bin Turki, and Prince Fahad bin Turki. They own this horse. And of course, my father, Prince Turki bin Mohammed bin Saud al-Kabir, I would wish that he was alive and he was watching. I actually give him this win and this victory as a gift, and I would say congratulations to Prince Sultan and Prince Mohammed and Prince Fahad for this victory. Thank you.
Well, lovely words. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Well, good evening. If you're just joining us, you are joining us for a slightly delayed start to our meter 50 jump-off format class. We just wanted to ensure that both Uliano and his team had enough time to set up the track, and then that our riders had enough time to walk it, so the start pushed back by these 10 minutes. So we're within the 5-minute run-up to a 20 or so competitor meter 50 jump-off class tonight that will include the world number 1 and last week's Grand Prix winner, as well as former meter 50 winner Evelina Tovek. We'll have Frenchman, world's top 10 rider Simon Deleste. We'll have both CHI Al Shakab and Longines Global Champions Tour Grand Prix of Doha Grand Prix winner Edwina Tops-Alexander. Got a rider in red hot form in Emanuela Gaudiano coming up as well for Italy. Got Jamie Command and Isis, who went well in this class on Friday in week 1 before Jamie and Yandu Oaks Constellation ended up on the podium in the first Doha Tour International Grand Prix. So you can see riders from right around the world, including Janica Born-Kuranayadaj, who has also been doing well here, individually 4th at the recent Asian Games. Abdullah Al-Shabatli, fresh from victory in our most recent class. Rika Belinda Barker, who represents Denmark here. The fast young gun from Liechtenstein, Jennifer Hochstetter. Antoine Herman, a double winner during Doha Tour and second in our previous world ranking class. We've got Abdul Rahman Al Raji, part of the Saudi team that won Olympic qualification in this arena last spring. Gerfried Pook and Equestrian Velody van der Schmitzhover towards the end of the draw. We've got Khaled Al Mobti, the young Saudi rider, who's the current leader of the Longines FEI Jumping World Cup rankings for the Middle East. So all to play for the riders coming forward tonight in this jump-off format class. So all those in the quality of first place after the initial round of jumping will come back for a jump-off against the clock. Well, let's have a look at how our course is going to run here. Starts out over the Doha Tour, and that won't be too much under meter 50 actually. He's going to, I think, put it to them a little bit tonight, cutting across to the state of Qatar, and then a right-hand rollback turn. And actually, since our animation was commissioned, he's decided that he's going to use the white, bright white marble rails there, and that will be meter 50 as the first maximum height fence. From there, it's actually quite a short curving line up here to this distance. You go in over the double with the dark green and white striped rails, and then a related distance up to a fence in the same colours there at number 5, with this sort of flying V filler in the middle of the front plane of the fence. Another meter 50 vertical over there in the side of the ring, number 6 before this line. 7 building up, and 7's got those skinny rails before they then ride their distance up to the triple combination line. It's vertical, 2 strides, vertical, 1 stride oxa, before then going over to the big and quite looky water tray fence in front of the VIP. It's a tight rollback turn here around the arena decoration to fence 10, which is going to be the Al Shakab fence, and that's got a plank as the top rail on the front of the oxa. He's got a useful line, a line that has been useful for him as a designer here, up against the Riders Tribune side of the fence on a short related distance, meter 50, skinny rails, skinny dark black rails going towards the big screen there as the last on course. 76 seconds is the time allowed over a measured distance of 470 meters. Our competition for the metre 50 jump-off class commenced with Rashid Touaim Ali Al-Mari. Rashid with Concordesse. Are we going to get a clear straight out of the box? It is a big track, it's technical, it's demanding. But by the same token, there will be that element of trying to make sure that people can use this as a preparation for the Grand Prix. So, as I say, in America, this class is often called the welcome, and designers say, well, you know, therefore it's designed to be welcoming. So perhaps a few more clears tonight than we would necessarily expect to see at the Grand Prix end of the schedule. Rashid Touaim Ali Al-Mari, Qatari medalist at the Asian Games last summer with this horse Concordesse. Top 10 in our Grand Prix last week. So making this first rollback turn now. The time should be such they don't really have to put pressure on themselves these rollback turns, but still you have that problem of where do you appear in your approach out of that turn, because if your turn doesn't come up exactly as you planned and as you need it, you'll find yourself a little bit off the spot you want to the jump coming up after it. Using the plank quite a bit as his top rail over on that side of the arena as well over the course of the 2 weeks so far. Rashid Touaim Ali Al-Mari really holds for this distance, picks up the triple combination. There's another skinny rail fence. There's about 3 of them on the course. Just will have those naturally lighter rails because they are shorter side to side. It's that plank-fronted Al-Shakab fence. Final line, 76 seconds looks okay time-wise. And 73.36, my apologies, will be clear round number 1. All looking quite easy, but let's not forget this is an Asian Games combination. Top 10 already in Grand Prix action with us on the Doha Tour. Concordesse and Rashid Touaim Ali Al-Mari are clear round number 1. Moving on, our starting field, Jamie Cammond and Isis. Isis just 11 years old now, this mare. For World Championship rider for Australia, Jamie, part of a 4-strong Australian field here of athletes for the Doha Tour. Isis was a top 5 finisher in metre 50 action during week 1. It was actually this class, the Friday jump-off, that saw Isis take that top 5 before Jamie and Yandu Oaks Constellation, his World Championship horse, went on to be on the podium. That was all over Peter Schumacher's tracks, but they haven't been too far off the pace over Uliana Vetsani's either, including a couple of top 10s last week for Isis. And that's interesting. So just when she touched the rail, you saw a real hard shift through the body as well. Ends up having the last down as well. So it is 8 faults for Jamie Cammond and Isis. Just felt the need to push there, obviously, after the horse has shifted quite dramatically, jumping the second last. Jamie had to really ride up to the last. It didn't quite work out from there as well. So 2 down, the last 2, unfortunately, for Jamie and Isis. Well, a rider who has been on the podium in major five-star Grand Prix action in this ring, that was in the CHI Grand Prix a couple of seasons ago, riding her Week 2 meter 50 class winner, Mobito van der Roshover. It is Swedish Nations Cup contender and Longines Global Champions Tour Grand Prix winner, Evelina Tovek. Clear at the moment through the triple combination line, just thinking about the end of this course, but still some significant questions to answer. Mobito van der Roshover just moving quite comfortably. Evelina being quite aggressive, really taking the battle to this course, and she is clear. Evelina Tovek and Mobito van der Roshover will give us a jump off for sure. Moving on in our starting field then to Kelfi Liu and Amelia Douglas. The young challenger from Australia, jumping here on the Doha Tour, having come up with a string of horses to the Northern Hemisphere. And this is a great result for them. They are comfortably through in round 1 to the jump off. Clear round number 3. Really be very, very happy there with Kelfi Liu, a horse that has gone well at the World Cup and meter 45 level down in the Southern Hemisphere in the past for Amelia. Kelfi Liu and Amelia top 10 with us yesterday in the meter 50 class as well, so carrying on that form. Their second meter 55 star clear round of the week here in Doha Tour week 3. Well, Bassem Mohammed goes next, the Qatari Games medalist, Olympian, and career 5-star Grand Prix winner as well, not only winning the Longines Global Champions Tour Grand Prix of Monaco, one of the most prestigious on the circuit, but also being victorious here in Al Shakab for the Longines Global Champions Tour Grand Prix of Doha. Crispo jumped some of the meter 40 classes with us here last week for a top 10 and a podium. just goes quite deep down into this corner. Actually, is he going to carry on? No, I think he's just a little bit concerned about Crispo's fitness to carry on. So Crispo resolutely with his tongue stuck right out there from the get-go, from the first bell. Pops it away now, but so Bassam electing to retire. So still 3 clear rounds in tonight's meter 50 jump-off class. A very consistent meter 50 combination with us during Doha Tour. 2 podiums in week 1, a top 5 last week in meter 50 jumping action. Swiss championship medalist Nadja Peter Steiner with Espoir Blanc Cristal. Clean at the moment as they make their way to the home and safe side of the triple combination. So this wouldn't be an unexpected clear the way this pair have been jumping the meter 50 tour so far this 3 weeks here in Al Shakab. And nicely out over the last, comfortably on the 70 seconds as well. Nadja Peter Steiner and Espoir Blanc Cristal give us clear round number 4. Janikaborn Kuranayadaj, the Thai rider who was individually 4th at the most recent Asian Games. Janikaborn with Maxwin All Pleasure Hero. So this line has been riding pretty well so far. Again, you get this mixture of looks. When we see it again, you'll see that he's got all rails, then the sort of the Arabic architecture arches for a filler on the B element, and then that flying V filler, which you can just see in the Oxer at the top of the line. Coming into the triple combination, just a little bit diving out and flat over the B element. So that's going to be 4 faults here for Janikaborn, unfortunately. Hit a real purple patch with Maxwin Kinmar Agalux. Oof, right deep into that, sits up, but I don't think she's anywhere to go to try and take on that last. So suddenly it's 12 faults, 4 for having the second last fence down, 4 for what will be counted as a refusal at the last, and the time keeps ticking away as well, so that's going to increase her penalty total. Her championship horse Maxwin Kinmar Agalux, 4th in last week's Grand Prix, runner-up in last night's meter 50, and actually she's just going to take another jump here to indicate that she retires. So Janikaborn, Kuranayadaj and Maxwin All Pleasure Hero retire here tonight in the meter 40 jump-off class. Yeah, so when you see it in replay there, you saw that actually she was just fighting a little bit for control and position going in over the A element, and the A element came up all right, but then actually those problems before they even jumped into the triple combination are what came and got them at the B element. So just missing out on a top 5 in yesterday's meter 50 with this one, Atome des Atis, the winner of our recent world ranking class, Abdullah Shabatli. Adding the Asian Games title to his individual world medal and his team Olympic medal. Always competitive, and picked up a number of useful results for himself and for his Global Champions League team Riyadh Blue over the course of last summer's Global Champions Series. Just really good there from Atome des Atis, because they landed, and you saw that Shabatli knew he had landed short over the approaching fence to the triple combination. He really had to hunt on down to it as positively as he could, but trying to find that sweet spot of balance where you're not pushing so far forward that you flatten out the horse's ability to jump and they just lick off every top rail. So it was a super bit of partnership between horse and rider there. Abdullah Shabatli and Atome des Atis give us our latest clear round. That is 5 clears, and they're sort of coming every alternate horse at the moment. Is that pattern going to persist, or might we get a few in a row? We've got about 20 on the start list here for the 5-star meter 50 jump-off class, and 5 currently qualified to come back to us. Well, jumped well in the final meter 50 class on Saturday last week with this one. This is Rika Belinda Barker. Rika was also a top 5 finisher in our week 1 Grand Prix with our other horse, Tabaloo. Tabaloo was Rika's horse for the Milan European Championships last summer. Just looks to pick up a little bit of power and energy out of that corner. You can see then that maybe Rika feels over-egged it because it had to hold for a stride or two. As iCloud really took a hold and became a little heavy in her hand coming down to the triple combination, but it's still all good. Everything stays standing, but Rika just needs to control and moderate that desire of the horse to really run. And she does so. 70.66, it's a very good time, and it is clear. Rika Belinda Barker, clear round number 6 as they start to rack them up here in the meter 50 world ranking jump off. So riding her European Championship horse, and a horse that was very well placed in our 4-star Grand Prix during week 1, Golden Lady. This is Jennifer Hochstetter for Liechtenstein. 20-year-old ranked in the top 10% of riders in the world. Golden Lady was a top 5 finisher in meter 50 action during week 2 with us, Juliana Vetsani's first week, and we flagged up that plank as just being that little bit risky and light and delicate over there in the corner of the ring, and has it down. And this is not the first time that Golden Lady and Jennifer have just had a disagreement about their spot to a jump, and Golden Lady has just taken the advantage. See how Jennifer had to be incredibly positive. Golden Lady came up and asked the question, are you sure, sort of 2 or 3 times on reapproaching that fence. And unfortunately, that will be elimination for a second disobedience on course for Golden Lady and Jennifer Hochstetter. It's a real shame, having started so positively in our 3 weeks Doha tour. Golden Lady is just not totally sparking for Jennifer here with us in recent competitions. We'll have to see what Jennifer decides between her 2 sort of top horses, Tinker Series and Golden Lady, in terms of Grand Prix action, whether she even starts one of them in the Grand Prix or just looks in at the meter 50 class tomorrow to wrap up week 3 here in Doha. Well, another rider fresh from a podium finish, Antoine Herman. Antoine has been a double winner during the tour and was the runner-up in our earlier meter 45 class. This horse, Comic Star, comes through to the meter 50 level for Antoine here in week 3. Comic Star actually top 10 in the 2-star Grand Prix a fortnight ago during Tour 1. The other thing which you may just be picking up on that skinny fence on the way up to the triple combination is the colour. It's one of those blended colours. It goes from a dark navy right through to white, but it's just blended in its colour. So again, that's just a little bit of an optical challenge for the horses. But with the white centre patch, it is pretty readable, and Antoine Herman has another good go in this ring. He is somebody who's having a very, very good Doha tour with us. Antoine Herman, Comic Star are now clear, stepping up from the 2-star in week 1 to now be in the jump off of the meter 50 class here in week 3 of Doha tour. So the pair that were on the podium in week 1, Edwina tops Alexander Corelli Demise. As you said, Edwina is, I think, alone amongst riders in having won both the CHI and the Longines Global Champions Tour Grand Prix in this ring. Corelli gives that big air, and you see Edwina then sitting into the horse and just making the difference there to make sure they get back on the spot for the triple combination. And then it is the fence in front of the VIP that comes down instead. Corelli actually jumped in the meter 40 class yesterday, so meter 50 today. Be interested to see whether Corelli is going to be Edwina's choice for Grand Prix tomorrow. They're showing a lot of exuberance in there tonight, more I think than Edwina was expecting or hoping for. So Simon de Lest, Olga van der Kruishoven. Simon has himself been on the podium here in 5-Star Grand Prix, and he was on the podium here with us last weekend in our 4-Star Grand Prix. That was with Dexter Fontenisse. Olga van der Kruishoven was a winner of the opening day meter 50 class during week 1. Pops over the plank, so Simon de Lest could pose a real challenge now and risk for the others as he goes through to the jump off. Been a while since we've had a clear round. It's going to be clear round number 8, and it goes to Simon de Lest, giving France 2 through, with both Antoine Herman and now Simon de Lest qualified for that jump off. And of course they come back in the order in which they qualify as well. So Simon will have the opportunity probably to watch 1 or 2 before he finishes warming up Olga van der Kruishoven and come in to try and make his experience as an Olympian, a former world number 1 of our sport and a current world's top 10 ranked rider really count. Asian Games medalist Abdulrahman Al Raji, hoping to be a 3-time World Cup finalist from Saudi Arabia when the finals come to Riyadh in April of this year. Abdulrahman with Babalu. Back rail off the A element of that double. It's the first real problem we've had on that line. Babalu, who jumped in the World Cup week at Al Shira, concurrent with our week 1, so making the trip here from United Arab Emirates in recent days to join up with Al Raji for this final week of January's Doha Tour. Remember, not the final week of Doha Tour, because in February it is the Emir's Sword for 2023. Shabatli keeping an eye on teammate there, Abdulrahman Al Raji. They've ridden alongside each other so often, both on Saudi teams and also on that Global Champions League team, Riyadh Blue. So Abdulrahman, with the 4 faults in 68.90, becomes the fastest 4-faulter. So some small consolation there, going into 9th position. Another rider who's picked up international wins with us over the course of the Doha Tour so far is Santiago Lambre, Brazilian Olympian. Former Pan Am Games individual silver medalist, riding his very good Zeus, top 10 in last week's 4-Star Grand Prix. coming up to this line that just moments ago caught out its first rider on course, Abdulrahman Al-Raji's no problem. Zeus takes a little bit of a kink to the line, going up to number 5, the Oxer. I say, even with not the largest field in the world, you get that sense that already we've had different rails down. The problems have been spread all around this course. Just look at the great shape that Zeus makes over all 3 elements of that triple combination. Actually, and we were looking at it so side on, we couldn't quite see the A element has gone in the triple combination, and that maybe helped shape Zeus up when we were really watching over the B and the C. As these top show jumpers, they don't like, if they can avoid it, even the lightest touch of a rail. So 4 faults, slower than Al-Raji as well there for Santiago Lambre and Zeus. So 5 left in the first round of jumping, with 8 currently qualified for the jump off. We stand by here, we await Ines Joly, the 2-star Grand Prix winner in week 1. Ines with Quirados. And again, sort of an interesting program chosen by Ines for Quirados this week. Podium yesterday in the meter 40 class. Today, Quirados comes forward in the meter 50 jump off. Ines, who ended up just off the podium in week 1's 4-star Grand Prix with Pegasus Jateki. And Quirados, as I say, jumping meter 40 yesterday, was in fact the horse with which Ines won that 2-star Grand Prix way back in week 1 of the Doha Tour. You just see the front rail falling there off number 2. So Ines won't feature too highly tonight, unfortunately, in this first jump-off class. And then you start to look then at the horsepower you have, and you're thinking for the Grand Prix here, 5-star level of difficulty. So this is exactly the same height as we've had. Everything so far has been the same. The only difference in the height schedule will be between the Grand Prix, which has been meter 55 the last 2 weeks at 4-star. It will be meter 60 tomorrow night for 5-star. But that degree of difficulty, the 5-star degree of difficulty, the relationship between the jumps, the technicality, is starting to really show through, even without a change to the heights week to week here at Doha Tour. Well, unfortunately, a late rail as well. Early and a late rail for a grand total of 8 for Ines Joly and Quirados. So Emanuela Galdiano, Contalgo blue. Contalgo won this class in week 1, was a competition winner on the top tour with us last week as well. And Galdiano, not even counting 2-star wins, he has been a 5-time winner across the tour so far, including winning last night's meter 50 with Nicolas de Musique. Two-time Italian Olympian and career World Cup qualifier and Longines Global Champions Tour Grand Prix winner. Galdiano, he has a great draw if he does go clear and come back for the jump off here. He will be 9th of a maximum of 12. The first thing, though, is to become that number 9. Lands a bit steep in over the second last, so you had to push up towards the last. It is clear. Gaudiano is qualified for the jump off. Clear round number 9 of the initial round here on Friday night in Doha Tour. 3 more to see. Well, part of the Austrian team that won bronze last year at Milan over Uliano Vetsani's courses and secured Olympic qualification for Austria as well. Gerfried Puk, tonight riding Melody van der Schmitzhöver, the winner of the Saturday meter 50 in week 1 and 4th in the Saturday meter 50 in week 2. Gerfried podium in last week's Grand Prix, winner the week before. It takes quite an economic turn and line, and again, he just seems to be one of those riders who's just naturally, constantly conscious of the clock. And it's been fun, you know, watching the likes of the two phase at the Table A speeds, because that is kind of the it's kind of the métier of so many of the riders here. So when you get a field of 10 or 15 riders and you get like Puk 8th or 9th to go going into the lead, and then you look at who's to follow him, you go, well, I mean, I still don't think he's going to win this because there's going to be so many challenges. First time I think we've seen the third part of the combination down, but down it is, and it's 4 faults for Gerfried Puk. The time 67, and yes, he does overtake Abdul Rahman Al Raji as our fastest 4-faulter. As I'd say, it will be small consolation for Gerfried, given how well this horse has been jumping previously for him on the meter 50 tour. But c'est la vie, they go into 10th position. So the young Saudi talent, Khalid Al Mobti. He just moved out of the under 25 rankings of the sport, but still a championship medalist, a World Cup finalist for Saudi Arabia. And the current leader of the Middle East rankings of the World Cup as well. Khalid with Diana de Plevaux. Actually a 2-star Grand Prix contender and top 10 in the 2-star Grand Prix with us last week. Khalid was top 10 with another horse, Jaguar King, in our 4-star Grand Prix a week ago. Nice turn back there to the plank-fronted Al-Shakab fence. One of the few not to have fallen, actually, so far in this first round. And Khalid Al Mobti is going to leave them all standing. So joining Abdul Al-Shabatli in the jump-off to come. Nice rider jumping from Al Mobti there. And that that gives us not just the 2 Saudi riders, but also 3 from the region, with Qatar's Rashid Touaim, Ali Al Murray, giving us our first clear round in qualifying for that jump off. So, hoping to join his countryman, teammate Emanuele Gaudiano, we welcome forward Roberto Previtali. Previtali here with Esteban de Hoos, a horse that has gone best for him in the top tour over the 3 weeks, including top 5s in week 1, a podium in week 2. Looking for Esteban de Hoos's biggest score so far this week. Top 10 in yesterday's meter 45 class here with us in week 3. Esteban de Hoos finished off last week actually jumping the meter 50 finale, so that was what constitutes the final of the 2 days of meter 45 jumping, and was top 10 in that class. So the meter 50 standard is well within their capability. And again, you light the blue touch paper here with quite a fast one at the end of the jump off draw if he leaves this one standing, and he does. So it is in fact going to be 11 for the jump off, and Roberto Previtali makes it 2 for Italy, and he will go 11th and last in that jump off to come. We start with Qatar, we end with Italy, and 11 will show in the jump off that will start in just under 10 minutes time here in the Longines Arena at Al Shakab, as this Friday of Doha Tour week 3 reaches towards its conclusion. So remind ourselves of those coming back to us: Rashid Touaim, Ali Al Murray, Evelina Tovek, meter 50 winner this tour with Mobeto, Amelia Douglas, Kelfilu jumped so well yesterday, Naja Peter Steiner, Espoir Blanc Cristal, Abdullah Shabatli, Atome de Zetis, Rick Barker and iCloud, Antoine Herman, Simon Deleste, the 2 for France, close together, Gaudiano and Contago Bleu, Khaled Al Mobti and Diana de Plevaux, and then Roberto Previtali and Esteban de Hoos. 4 falters then, like Gabriel Puk, Abdulrahman Al Raji, Santiago Lambre, Edwina Tops Alexander, with 8 fault scores for Ina Jolie and Jamie Cairmond here in the Friday jump off on the meter 50 series. Welcome back. 11 are going forward to the jump off here. Say we may not see all 11. It slightly depends on what the riders are thinking about in terms of the day to come, and that also might change depending on how many double clears we get early on as well, because it might feel like it's too much to ask the horse to try and go faster to get, you know, the lion's share of the prize money tonight, when actually they could try and come back for a real challenge tomorrow, maybe in a smaller jump off. But we will keep an eye on that as we progress through. But at the moment it is all about expecting those 11 and seeing who is going to be the best of them, with 3 from the region, 2 Saudi riders and the Qatari rider Rashid Touaim Ali Al Murray with Concordess, who will lead actually off our jump off field. So Uliana Vetsani's shortened track then for the jump off is set. We're actually going to start out over the white vertical here below us. The first was metre 50 fence on course. Then they'll take a slightly different line. So this is a fence to the left of the green and white double, standing on its own. We call it new fence 14. They take a tight rollback loop. Now this was an oxer, it's now a vertical, so that'll slightly alter the distance into here, and also we're going up to just the B and C parts remaining from what was the triple combination. Not super surprising then that he takes in the water tray in front of the VIP and the tight rollback turn to the Qatar fence. Now this Al Shakab fence in the Qatari colours, he's moved the plank down to the second rail, so it's got a pole on top as he then turns and pushes them around to the last fence. Full metre 50, dark black rails, skinny rails as well. Really risky there if they do try and go all out to the last. So everything set. Just waiting for the first horse and rider pair to come around from the warm-up to start to break down the result of this metre 50 jump-off class here this evening. Some of the extraordinary scenes we witnessed here in the past in Al Shakab as well. Philemais, who's worked for a long time with the Qatari A squad riders, just giving a final few words of advice, just gone off screen there, to Rashid Touaim Ali Al Murray, the first to come back for the shortened course. Will tell us a lot about how this course is going to ride and what the end result of this Friday metre 50 class might look like here in Doha Tour. Remember, this is just our first week of 5-star jumping here in Doha this year. After 2 weeks of 4-star, we're starting to really get into the business end of the sport now, especially with that meter 60 double A Longines World Ranking class coming up tomorrow night here to wrap up January's Doha Tour. And then back from the 14th to the 17th of January for the Emir's Sword, also run by the Qatar Equestrian Federation, but coming here to this facility at Al Shakab, and a very, very prestigious competition that will also run at the 5-star level for its top international field. So Rashid Toim, Ali Almari, Concordes. Top 10 with us last week in the Grand Prix. And this could be tactical as well. You could see riders maybe just come in and want to get a feel for the sort of lines, the sort of turns that are in Uliana's mind at the moment. I think this is pacey enough, but you just get a sense that maybe Rashid is leaving a little bit on the table here, having had the front rail off the triple combination anyway, so will rank behind any double clears we eventually get, but just maybe looking to build up the experience and the mileage, ready to perhaps come and really strike tomorrow in the Grand Prix if they do get that opportunity. Rashid Toim Ali Al-Mari, the sole Qatari contender in the jump off here this evening, will score 4 in a time of 46.30, and now that is going to tell us a lot because it will give us the split time for those who come subsequently. Evelina Tovek, meter 50 class winner last week with Mobeto as well. And she set up quite a flying start. She actually won that meter 50 class in week 1 as first to go in a 1-round speed competition. So she is, again, especially with Mobeto, she's really prompt. She's very, very smooth as well. It was deceptively fast how she went with Mobeto last week. Ended up top 10 in our Grand Prix with Mobeto last week as well, and has been on the podium here in the CHI Grand Prix. This looks set to be our first double clear. It is in 38.46 as well. Evelina Tovek and Mobeto have done a very, very good job and have left a lot for the others to aim at. Amelia Douglas, Kelfilou, flying the flag for Australia in our competition. Kelfilou and Amelia off to a great start this week with a top 10 in yesterday's meter 50 class, having jumped clear then. Combinations results getting better and better as they step up, in fact, in the grades week by week of the Doha Tour as well. So this is really a tour that has worked to this pair's advantage. And are they going to be 5-star double clear here tonight? It is not, of course, in the same country as Evelina Tovek and Mobeto's time, but it is double clear, and Amelia Douglas and Kelfilou will look forward to tomorrow night's Grand Prix to try and put a cap on what has been a very, very good progression through the 3 weeks of Doha Tour here, with that double clear on Friday night, meter 50 jump off here in the Longines Arena Al Shakab. So this pair would like to score, could be their biggest result of the tour, albeit they have not been without success. Nadja Peter Steiner and Espoir Blanc Cristal. Just going to have that vertical down over there on the far side of the ring with the water tray underneath. So Nadja Peter Steiner, time-wise, wasn't quite there for Mobeto and Evelina Tovek anyway, 2.3 seconds down. And I think even if they'd stayed at the same pace that they were showing before they had their rail, they wouldn't have quite been 2 seconds faster overall. So Evelina Tovek, again, just like in the meter 50 on Thursday of week 2 here on Doha Tour, just shows that she is very smooth and deceptively fast in partnership with Mobeto. So 38.46 remains the time to beat, the best of just 2 double clears. Now, this isn't quite like the earlier class where you look at the list and you think almost everyone could blitz the leading time, but this man could. Evelina Tovek, Mobeto van der Rooshoven leading in 38.46 as we welcome forward Abdullah Al-Shabatli and Atome Desetis. Just outside the top 5 yesterday in meter 50 jumping with Atome Desetis. Abdullah, who was riding here last week, having only just returned to the saddle in the previous, I think, 10 days, 2 weeks, after missing a little bit of the December season with a broken collarbone. And he was, you could see a couple of times he was maybe just riding against a little bit of pain when he had, I remember in one class things just weren't going for him. Instead of carrying on and continuing the round like he normally would, he just said, you know, I'm going to keep my own petrol, my own human petrol, and save my energy. But this week he has come out strong and fighting, no doubt about it. So looking for the time check here. He's down. He's half a second down on Mobeto and Evelina Tovek, but look at him try and make up the distance here and the difference. Over that oxer, sails out over it on a good angle as well. He's tight as you dare to the back of the triple combination. He comes home. He's still a third of a second down. He just can't quite make it. Evelina Tovek and Mobeto's 38.46 still stands supreme, but Abdullah Al-Shabatli comes closer than anyone else so far with a double clear in 38.78. We turn our attention over to Rikke Barker and iCloud. Rikke, who was part of the European contingent that went over to ride some of those very good shows in Mexico in October, November, December. She takes a wide turn there on the line from 14 to what we're now calling 15, as it's a vertical with the skinny rails. So puts herself on the back foot here in terms of time against Mobeto van der Rooshoven. But again, the desired outcome here for Rikke and iCloud could well just be that 5-star meter 50 double clear, and then they'll put it all in the mix and see what their declarations will be in terms of horsepower to classes tomorrow on Grand Prix day. Clear in 42.79. It takes over a podium place so far. Rikke Barker goes into third. Well, looking for his first time in the top 5 above meter 45 in the Tour. Antoine Herman, the 22-year-old young French star. Antoine with Comic Star. Comic Star was a 2-star Grand Prix top 10 finisher with us during this tour. It's a good sharp turn there. Now, again, when you make those incredibly sharp turns, you can lose the rhythm and the forward motion ever so slightly, and you compare that to Evelina Tovek's ability to just be so smooth and fluent. A third of a second. So can he make up the difference? Is he going to go behind Sharbatli, in front of Sharbatli? Could he possibly catch Tovek? Antoine Herman, though, it may not even be his first top 5 above meter 45. He goes into 5th at the moment with Comic Star. The time 39.13. If he'd brought home that time without the rail, he would have gone into 3rd place, just behind Sharbatli. So 7th of 11 he was in the starting order. Antoine Herman and Comic Star holding 5th at the moment. Well, this pair was second in this very class in week 1 of the Tour. Olga van der Kruishoven and world number 7, Simon Delestre. Simon has been a podium finisher in the CHI Grand Prix here. And was podium actually both weeks in a row here in Doha last spring between CHI and Global Champions Week. So look at this. This, I think, has all the measures of being able to be tight and smooth, but the rail comes with him. 4 faults for Simon Delestre. What does he do? He stays after Olga van der Kruishoven up on the time versus Evelina Tovek. Does he keep this much pressure on Olga all the way home? 38.46 the leading time. He is 2/3 of a second down, 39.14. And again, he actually by 1/100th goes behind Antoine Herman. So slower than Abdul Al-Shabatli, who of course is double clear as well. Slower by a fraction than Antoine Herman. So he goes into 6th position. 4 double clears lead the way. 3 more to start. Actually, Herman, Delestre, Peter Steiner and Al-Mari for Qatar, all just the single rail down. All different faults at the moment as well. So 5 big Tour wins alone for Emanuele Gaudiano so far for Italy here with us in Doha Tour. And Gaudiano's ride tonight, Contago Blue. Actually the winner of this class in week 1 over Peter Schumacher's tracks. Can they replicate that form over an Uliano Vezzani track at the 5-star level? Gets again a nice angle across that oxo. He doesn't get inside the arena decoration though. That puts him very much, you would expect, on the back foot time-wise. He's reaching, he's pushing every stride, and by pushing, he gets close up in to that second element. So the front rail comes, this rail comes as well, and all for being 1.3 seconds down at the split too. So not really Gaudiano's competition here. The horse just cat leaps a touch then over that oxa. The front rail as well. 12 for jumping here for Gaudiano. He has the last down as well. Disappointing to see Gaudiano just sort of letting the horse hang there over those last two. So the youngest rider in our jump-off field, Amelia Douglas, is double clear in 4th. And here is a young rider just out of the under-25 rankings of the sport, Khaled Al-Mobti, with Diana de Plevo, trying to see whether he can top the podium here. As I say, Al-Mobti has had a very, very good Winter World Cup season. 1 or 2 legs of the Middle Eastern standing still to go, and I know the Saudi riders in particular are red hot on that series this winter to try and be the representatives of that league at the World Cup finals to come in their capital city, Riyadh, in April. Khaled Al-Mobti has the nod at the moment for his performance so far. But that is off this Doha Tour. What does Doha Tour have in store for Khaled and Diana de Plevo? You see, just looking to make that tight turn, but loses rhythm, loses pace. Punchy out over the double, but the time is down. It's half a second down on Evelina Tovek and Mobeto. She won a meter 50 class last week, first in the draw. She's second in the draw tonight. Al-Mobti can go as fast as he likes. He's had that rail. 37.61. Look at what he did in the second half of the course. More than a second faster. Khaled Al-Mobti will take over 5th position. Will we end up with the 4 that we currently have, or will it be 5 double clears? And actually it could, well, I was about to say, it could change the tactics of the final rider, knowing that a double clear would take top 5 and a decent bit of prize money as well for tonight's 56,800 euro meter 50 jump off class. But I think Prevetali won't be running the numbers, won't be riding the safe double clear. I think he'll, I'm sure, come in here and try and challenge. Esteban de Hoos has been jumping well for him throughout the tour, but a win would be the best result so far for the pair of Esteban de Hoos and Roberto Prevetali. They're actually 4th in this class in week 1, just missing the podium. And he does get a good turn. For sure wider, a little bit uncomfortable there on the jump, but Esteban de Hoos works hard, turns himself inside out to make sure he doesn't touch the rail there at the vertical. The second down and the rail goes. Evelina Tovek, from incredibly early in the draw again, takes victory here in a meter 50 class on the Doha Tour. Prevetali, 39.25 is the final time. With the 4 faults, he goes into 8th position. So Khaled Al-Mobti, with the fastest 4 faulter, the fastest of anyone in the jump-off, will take a top 5 result. 4 double clears, Amelia Douglas and Kelfi Liu settling in for that steady double clear, and they're rewarded with 4th place for their efforts. And the 3 competitive times with the double clear are rewarded with podium finishes there, as we just see the reverse angle of Prevetali's rail with the water tray in front of the VIP that cost him a place on the podium here tonight. His time would have been good enough for 3rd with a clear round. So Evelina Tovek victorious in front of Abdullah Al-Shabatli, Rika Belinda Barker 3rd, then Amelia Douglas, as I say, with the double clear. Khaled Al-Mobti, Antoine Aman, Simon Delestre, Prevetali, Peter Steiner, Al-Murray, all with 4 faults. As we look down our top 10, our remaining jump-off starter was Gaudiano, who ended up with 4 down, and then it is back to Gefried Pook. He will take a bit of prize money tonight for 12th with the fastest first round 4-faulter with Equestrian Melody van der Smitshover. So awards coming up for our final competition here of Friday of Doha Tour Week 3. Tomorrow we have another full day here in the Longines Arena with our 2-star competitions and then our 5-star classes, meter 40 tour finishing with its immediate jump-off finale. We've got a meter 50 Longines World Ranking Table A speed, which is mostly considered the finale of the meter 45 tours, but a couple of meter 50 horses from yesterday and today will stick with that. And then we'll see who will be our starting field for the 5-star Grand Prix of Doha's January tour, meter 60 world ranking class with 308,600 euros in the prize fund, giving it those very, very valuable and much sought after Longines world ranking points at the double A level of the sport. So our ceremony is coming up to play once again the Swedish national anthem and once again for Evelina Tovek. And we'll see how tomorrow plays out here when I hope you come and rejoin us for the finale of January's 3 weeks of the Doha Tour.
Welcome to the prize-giving ceremony for the 1m50 Longines Ranking CSI 5-star jump-off class on day 2 of week 3 of the Doha Tour 2024.
مرحبا بكم في مراسم تتويج أصحاب المراكز الثلاثة لآخر أشواط ثاني أيام ثالث جولات الدوحة الدولية للفروسية 2024 فئة ال5 نجوم ارتفاع 1.50 سنتيمتر.
We welcome into the Longines Outdoor Arena our top 3. In third, Denmark's Rika Belinda Barker. In second place, for Saudi Arabia, Abdullah Al-Shabatli. But our winner today, another win on the tour for Sweden's Evelina Tovek.
نستقبل على أرضية الميدان أصحاب المراكز الثلاثة الأولى ريكي بيليندا باركر والدنمارك، المملكة العربية السعودية في المركز الثاني عبر فارسها عبد الله الشربتلي، والمركز الأول للسويد وإيفلينا توفاك.
We are honored to welcome into the Longines Outdoor Arena our presenter this evening, Badr Mohammed Al Darwish, President of the Qatar Equestrian Federation.
يقوم بتتويج أصحاب المراكز الثلاثة الأولى السيد بدر بن محمد الدرويش رئيس الاتحاد القطري للفروسية. في المركز الثالث الدنمارك عبر فارستها ريك بيليندا باركر والجواد ايكلود.
In third place, a fantastic result for Denmark's Rika Belinda Barker and iCloud. They were clearing 42.79.
المركز الثاني للمملكة العربية السعودية وفارسها الأولمبي عبد الله الشربتلي والجواد التوم ديزيتيس.
What a great evening for Abdullah Al-Shabatli, team bronze medalist at London Olympics, individual and team gold at the Asian Games. He takes second place with Atom Dezetis.
الصدارة الامتياز والمركز الأول للسويد وإيفلينا توفاك مع الجواد موفوتوف فيدرشوف.
Swedish Nations Cup rider, trained by the Longines FEI world-ranked #1 rider, Henrik van Eckermann, takes first place with Mobito van Roshuva, clear 38.46.
صورة تذكارية جماعية هنا على ميدان لونجين بالشغب مع أصحاب المراكز الثلاثة الأولى والسيد بدر بن محمد الدرويش رئيس الاتحاد القطري للفروسية والسيد الشيخ أحمد بن نوح رئيس اللجنة العليا المنظمة لجولة الدوحة الدولية للفروسية 2024.
So great photographs been taken as we ask our three riders to turn to the screen. And again, once again, I would ask you, if you are able, to please stand for the national anthem of our winning nation, Sweden.
حضورنا الكريم فلنقف من فضلكم تحية للسلام الوطني للدولة الحاصلة على الامتياز والصدارة دولة السويد.
Well done to our top three as we ask Rika Belinda Barker, Abdul Al-Shabatli and Evelina Tovak to remount their horses. The Doha Tour, organised by the Qatar Equestrian Federation, our partners, the Qatar Olympic Committee, along with Al Shakab, a member of the Qatar Foundation, and very generously supported by Doha Bank and Al Abdul Ghani Motors.
مبارك الفوز لأصحاب المراكز الثلاثة الأولى، ونشكر السيد بدر بن محمد الدرويش رئيس الاتحاد القطري للفروسية ورافقه الشيخ أحمد بن نوح الثاني رئيس اللجنة العليا المنظمة. يعودون الآن إلى جيادهم إيفالينا تشوفاك وموتو فيدرشوف، عبد الله الشربتلي وأتوم ديزيتيس وريك بيلندا باركر وآي كلود لجولة النصر.
It's lap of honor time to be led off by our winner today, Evelina Tovek, Mobitov and Rostova. A brilliant win for the Swedish Nations Cup rider. Another win for her here at the Doha Tour. Congratulations to Abdullah Al-Shabatli for Saudi Arabia at Tom Desatis. Another podium finish on the day for the Olympian. And Rika Belinda Barker from Denmark. A great result in the Longines rankings. 5-star class for her with iCloud taking 3rd place.
الصدارة السويدية وإيفالينا تشوفاك، المركز الثاني للمملكة العربية السعودية وعبد الله الشربتلي، والمركز الثالث للدنمارك وريكي بيلندا باركر.
Give them a big hand, Evelina Tovek, Abdullah Al-Shabatli, Rika Belinda Barker, your top 3 in the 1m50 Longines rankings jump-off class on Day 2 of Week 3 of the Doha Tour 2024. And don't forget, we have top-class action, Grand Prix action all the way here tomorrow, the final day, not to be missed.
حضورنا الكريم يسدل الستار في هذه اللحظات على آخر أشواط ثاني أيام ثالث جولة الدوحة الدولية للفروسية 2024، على أن نلقاكم غدا إن شاء الله في آخر أيام ثالث جولة الدوحة الدولية للفروسية. كونوا معنا مع مزيد من الإثارة والمتعة وصولا إلى الشوط ال5 نجوم الجائزة الكبرى. شكرا لكم ودمتم في خير.
I'm here with the winner of the 1m50 Longines rankings 5-star class on day 2 of week 3 in the Doha Tour 2024, Evelina Tovek. What a brilliant round, clearing 38.46. You're gelding this evening, coming back to 15, getting over 9. Super fast and really helped on the stretch.
Yeah, I'm so happy with him. He just gets better and better the last months. He really stepped up. Before he was my third horse. Now he really improved, and he's really fast, and he always wants to do his best. So yeah, it's an amazing horse.
Of course, you've had a previous win, and you spoke about your training, Henrik von Eckermann, and he's here, the Longines FEI world #1 ranked rider. Just talk about his influence on your career.
Yeah, I mean, to have a trainer like that, to ride with him every day, it just makes you better. And of course, it's tough, but you learn every day. You become a faster rider, a better rider with everything. Yeah, so I'm very grateful to have him as my coach, and yeah, it gives me a lot.
Well, congratulations on a great win today, and we wish you the very best for the rest of the tour.
Thank you.
Thank you, Evelina.